This live SLU show is brought to you by the support of SLU members and the following sponsors. Visit SLU.com to become a member today. This live SLU show is brought to you.
Well, hi, everybody. This is SLU. I'm Bob Berman, and we are beginning our full coverage of this extraordinary total lunar eclipse. You've heard the media hype. It's not just hype. It's really happening. The largest moon that is going into eclipse until the year 2033. The mega moon, the supermoon, the blood moon, even NASA is calling it that, and the harvest moon, all combined into one package that's falling into Earth's shadow. What an event! And we're going to be exploring this, its mythology, its lore, its legend, its science. We'll be talking to a Vatican astronomer. The Pope is visiting the United States. So, hey, what the heck? We'll be seeing how it affects people and animals. We have interviews. We have a SLU team in Britain, one member in Stonehenge, one of our producers there. We have global coverage here of this mega moon or super moon, blood moon, harvest moon, super eclipse. Hard to not get involved in all of the media hype because it's worthy, and it's the largest moon of the year. Imagine that, just as the moon comes to its largest position of 2015, it goes into Earth's shadow, and it's the night of the harvest moon. What does that mean? What is the harvest moon? What is all this stuff? Well, that's what we're going to be exploring tonight. Wow, we've got so much. And the eclipse itself, there's an initial part that really can't be seen very readily, where the moon goes into our penumbral shadow. That's the part where the sun is partially blocked for anyone who lives on the moon, namely no one currently. If the astronauts were still there, they'd see this. And then the actual umbral eclipse begins at almost 7 minutes after 9 o'clock Eastern Time. This is widely seen. Western Europe, most of Europe. Our Canary Islands main telescope here at SLU, the entire United States. Wow, what an eclipse. Are we going to see it? I mean, we have so many feed partners, we have so many telescopes trained at this. Of course, we're going to see it. Even if one was clouded out, we would use another one. You're not going to miss that. We'll have different magnifications. We're going to be watching the changes in coloration. But one thing we do want to know is what kind of weather hand have we been dealt? And to answer that question, we have our own meteorologists on board. Uh, Fortunately for us, we have Scott Sutherland of the Weather Network. Those of you in Canada know, of course, what that is. That's the equivalent of the Weather Channel in the United States. And Scott is also an expert on the weird effects that our atmosphere has on the moon. So we're going to be joining him again when the eclipse is just about fully underway and see what weird, strange effects, colorations, and other things to look for and that are actually happening. But first things first, let's find out about the weather in the various places that the eclipse is happening. Hey, Scott, thank you for being here.
Hey, Bob, no problem at all. Glad to be here.
And so, did we get lucky or not lucky tonight?
Plenty of people are getting really lucky with this particular eclipse. Just looking at North America, there's one band of cloud coming down over northern Ontario and northern Quebec. So anybody in Thunder Bay may have a little bit of difficulty seeing this particular eclipse. There's a little bit of cloud over top of the U.S. Northwest and over California and Nevada, but I don't think that that's going to spoil the view for too many. The southeast is a big concern. I don't know how much people are actually going to see down there, except that some of it might be upper level cloud, which will just maybe make the moon look a little bit more diffuse, but it probably won't block anything. But up through Ontario, Quebec, and the south along the St. Lawrence Valley into Atlantic Canada, northeastern United States, the Midwest, the Southwest, the Northwest, and southern British Columbia, and through the southern prairies, all very likely beautiful viewing conditions tonight. Maybe a little bit of low cloud, but that might even just enhance the view.
Wow, that's just what we wanted to hear. And that's great.
Indeed.
Because we're going to urge everybody, although, of course, we want you here tuning in on the show because this is the only place we're going to learn all the details from our team of professional astronomers and experts all around the world and all the strange things, odd aspects of the moon that we're going to cover. But at the same time, we want you to go out at some point, look up at the sky, and let it in, take it in, see it yourself. So this is good news from Scott that the weather looks like in most of the places for this eclipse is going to cooperate. What about in Europe? What about our European SLU members? What have they got in store?
Now in Europe, it looks like Ireland and northern UK, Dublin, Glasgow, Edinburgh, probably not going to have a good view of this. They're most likely already overcast. Now, in the central parts of the UK and the southern UK around London, Wales, they actually might have a pretty good view. I thought there was going to be some cloud moving in later in the night, but from what I'm seeing on their website, they seem to be actually fairly clear. So they might have a pretty good view. The rest of Western Europe looks like they're also very clear. Let me bring that up again. Yeah, here it is. And that's actually, yeah, very, very clear. Clearer than the previous forecast, I think. So everywhere that the eclipse will be visible there, I think they'll have pretty good viewing conditions. Maybe northern Italy might not, but I'm not sure how much they would see of this at all anyway. So they can tune in to SLU to watch it.
Great. And speaking of SLU, one of our main SLU observatories in the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa, looks like we may be in good conditions as well. Am I seeing correctly?
Yeah,
and there it
the
is.
Canary
We're
Islands
looking at a live
in a
image
fairly
from
clear
that
spot
observatory
there.
right now.
It's only down further to the south along the coast that seems to have a lot of the cloud.
Okay, and yeah, you can see it actually in the lower left part of the image. You can see some clouds low in the sky. And that bright thing, it looks like the sun, the sky looks blue. If you didn't know better, you'd say, hey, why are we bringing you an image of the sun? But no, this is a wide field, all sky view of the moon. That's the moon itself. Of course, the observatory, which you can see parts of in the foreground, will be is zooming in on the moon. So we're going to be watching this eclipse in various kinds of magnification. And so far, so good. We've got great clear weather for it. And Scott, so glad that you're on the ball there, bringing us global forecasting for this event. And we're going to return to you later on in the show when we talk about how our atmosphere is affecting the Earth's shadow hitting the moon. I know Earth's shadow tapers like a chopstick. It gets narrower and narrower, but it's still bigger than the moon by the time the moon ventures into it. So, and yet it's not a black shadow. You know, when you and I or any of our
That's right.
viewers walk down the street, we cast dark shadows on the sidewalk, but our planet's shadow is not uniformly black or even gray, is it?
No, it's not actually. It tends to be fairly red in the center, which is what makes the total eclipse look so red. And it actually tapers off to different colors like white and pink and even blue at the very edges of the umbra.
All right, so we're going to be looking
Yeah.
for that as the moon goes into our umbral shadow. Interesting. The moon at
Yeah.
250,000 miles away is the only celestial object in the universe that is close enough to go into our main shadow, our umbral shadow. So we're going to see that happen tonight. Of course, there has to be a perfect lineup with the sun and the moon and the planet Earth. And the fact that this lineup is happening just as the moon reaches the closest point to Earth in the entire year, this is extraordinary. This does not happen very often. And so this is a very special eclipse. We'll talk about the harvest moon, the perigee moon, the tides. We're going to have the strongest tides of the year tonight and tomorrow. And all of that is coming up. But first, we'll send you back to another part of this program, and I'll be with you again, and so will Scott a little bit later on in the show. This is all live. We're bringing this to you in real time, so stand by. I'll be back with you in a little bit. For SLU, I'm Bob Berman.
you. Hi, my name's Will Gator, and thanks for tuning in to our live coverage of the September 2015 total lunar eclipse. So why are we seeing a lunar eclipse this evening at this specific time? Well, the moon of course orbits around the Earth, and over the course of the month we see its phase change, the amount it appears illuminated change, from new moon where we can't see it at all, where it's essentially between the Earth and the Sun, and then it moves round so that we see a crescent phase, and eventually we get a full moon when the Earth is in between the Sun and the Moon. The phase then works all the way round back to new moon. But lunar eclipses only ever occur during a full moon. That's because the Earth has to be between the Sun and the Moon so that it can cast its shadow out into space and onto the Moon. Why is it then that we don't see a lunar eclipse every full moon? Well, the answer is that the Moon's orbit is tilted with respect to the plane of the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and this means that at some full moons the Moon can be sitting outside of the Earth's shadow. But that's not the case tonight. Tonight the path of the Moon takes it into this long cone of darkness which is cast by the Earth out into space. Now the Earth's shadow is actually made of two parts. The central bit, which we call the umbra, is the much darker bit, and that's responsible for the main bit of a lunar eclipse. The outer bit is much lighter, and that is what causes the partial or penumbral phase of a lunar eclipse. And that's the first bit we see. As the Moon passes into the Earth's shadow, we see the Moon's disk slowly begin to dim on one little bit, and we start to see the disk being gradually eaten away by this shadow. It looks very different from the normal phase of the Moon, where we see often quite a crisp line, the terminator, between a boundary between light and dark, and we might see craters ordinarily along the terminator. Well, with the Moon passing into the Earth's shadow, it looks different, much more diffuse. If we're lucky like we are tonight, we see a total lunar eclipse, and that's when the Moon actually passes into that darker central umbra. The Moon is slowly engulfed in the shadow, and then something extraordinary happens. As we reach a point known as totality, when the whole disk of the Moon is immersed in that central dark shadow, suddenly the full moon goes a beautiful coppery red. And you might be thinking, why during the totality phase of a lunar eclipse? Why is it that when it should be in the central, darkest part of the Earth's shadow, that we're actually seeing it lit up? Well, the answer is, what's happening is that light is actually coming from the Sun, and then it's being refracted, bent round by the Earth's atmosphere, and some of it is bent into the shadow onto the Moon, and that falls onto the Moon. And because it's travelling through the Earth's atmosphere is very good at filtering the bluer wavelengths of light out of the sunlight. So the light that's falling on the surface of the moon during the total phase of a lunar eclipse ends up being predominantly red. It's that beautiful coppery red colour that we associate with sunsets. So that's something to look out for, this beautiful coppery red colour as the moon goes into the total phase of the lunar eclipse. Now, unlike solar eclipses, lunar eclipses last hours, and in fact in solar eclipses you might experience totality when the sun's disk is completely covered by the moon. That can only last a few minutes at most, whereas the total phase of a lunar eclipse, well, that can last a long time, and in this case it's well over an hour. Now eventually the moon will start moving out of the umbral shadow and even moving out of the penumbral shadow too, and we essentially see the whole eclipse that we've seen so far in reverse. So the moon passes out of the central shadow, that we lose that lovely coppery red colour, and eventually we see the shadow sort of receding across the face of the moon. And after a while the full moon will be restored to its beautiful silvery brightness as normal. Now this total lunar eclipse is actually quite special because during the course of the eclipse the moon will be at a point in its orbit known as perigee. So what does perigee mean? Well, just like the orbits of the planets aren't perfect circles, the moon's orbit is elliptical as well, and that means that sometimes it's a little bit further away than normal and sometimes it's a little bit closer. And it just so happens that tonight during the course of the eclipse, well, as the moon is full and as it's experienced this total lunar eclipse, it's also at the point of perigee, and so it will be bigger than normal and it should be a little bit brighter. Now you might struggle to actually notice the increase in angular diameter, the increase in apparent size essentially of the moon, unless you've got incredibly good photographic memory from the last time you saw maybe a full moon or the moon when it was a little bit further away. But before the eclipse actually starts, experienced observers should be able to notice that the moon is actually a little bit brighter than it is normally. So that's why you'll see often people calling tonight's moon the mega moon or the super moon. Now the lovely thing about lunar eclipses is you don't need any specialist filters to observe it like you do with a solar eclipse. Binoculars are a great way to enjoy it. Of course, if you have cloudy skies, then we hope you enjoy our live images here on slew.com.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for our Mega Harvest Moon Eclipse show. My name is Trisha Ennis. I'm the producer here at SLU, and right now I want to show you around a brand new feature here, the Golden Record, a place for all of us to come together to share what excites and inspires us about the universe and our place in it, something that humans have been doing throughout all of human history. The moon and the sun, as the biggest and most obvious objects in the night sky, are the centerpieces of ancient cultures worldwide. We explored some of the ones surrounding the sun earlier this week during our equinox show, but tonight it's all about the sun's nighttime sibling, the moon. In a number of cultures, they actually were siblings. The Greeks at one point had the twins Artemis and Apollo to represent the sun and moon respectively. Taking a look at the full moon golden record, we can find a bunch of other cultures with their own beliefs about the moon. Like the Korean story about how the sun and moon were created, which bears a resemblance to the story of Little Red Riding Hood. According to the story, a tiger chased a brother and sister up a tree after eating their grandmother and dressing in her clothes to get a bigger meal. The youngest, the sister, prayed for a rope to come down from the sky to save them, and when it came, they were placed in the heavens, the boy as the moon and the girl as the sun. We've all heard of the man in the moon, but what about the rabbit in the moon? According to entries on the Golden Record, it's part of a number of cultures, including Native American, Japanese, and Chinese. In Native American tradition, the rabbit is a hunter who catches the man in the moon, stealing from his snares. When the rabbit captures the man in the moon, he throws things at him, like snow and clay, and then the man in the moon threatens to kill the rabbit if he doesn't set him free before dawn. When the rabbit finally does, the man glows so brightly he scorches the rabbit's fur, turning it gray. These are just a few of the many different myths and legends you can find about the moon and other objects on the Golden Record. If you'd like to check out others, just follow the link on SLU's homepage. And if you're a SLU member, you can actually log in and start adding your own items to the ones already there. Later in the show, we'll have more from the Golden Record, including the ways the moon has inspired artists and poets. But for now, just keep watching as this eclipse unfolds.
Hey, well, this is Bob Berman. I'm back. This is SLU, and what an exciting, beautiful, lyrical event. I love this music. I'm not the producer here, so I didn't put that music in, but wow, it sounds so celestial, so dreamy, and so appropriate for this, the rarest eclipse that we've had in, well, since the 1980s, early 1980s, and we're not going to have again until 2033, when the biggest moon of the year, the moment that it's at its biggest, that's coming up in less than an hour now, happens just at the harvest moon and just as it goes into eclipse. A blood moon, a supermoon, a mega moon. The media are just going crazy with this, as well they should. And we can already see signs of it starting. It's not really starting. And I think to help us talk about this, we do. There is Will Gator. Where the heck are you, Will? You're on a different continent, aren't you?
I am. I'm all wrapped up warm this evening. I'm out in my garden, would you believe? I've got my telescope behind me, and I'm imaging the eclipse, and it's fantastic. I can see it there. In fact, the northwest limb is really dim. Just since I've been, talking to Trisha, our producer, it's really started to dim.
And this is strange, isn't it? In this segment, we're going to talk about oddities of the moon, and I think let's each rattle off some of the strange aspects of the moon, even when it's not an eclipse, because it's an odd object. But lest anybody wonder what's going on, we still have 5 minutes to go before the umbral shadow of our planet hits the moon. So why are we seeing that change in coloring already? Do you want to tell everybody why should there be any change at all since the umbral eclipse hasn't even begun yet?
Well, basically the eclipse has essentially two parts. So there's a partial part, a sort of penumbral phase, and that's what we're going through now. So the moon is slipping into that lighter shadow. We call it the penumbra. And in fact, if you look at the live pictures that we've been showing, I think this is the picture I took just a few minutes ago. In fact, can you see that crater in the top left there? There's a very sort of bright white splodge almost.
Yeah,
I
believe that's Aristarchus.
Absolutely. Aristarchus, one of the brightest craters on the moon. And yet, look at it, Bob. It's really been dimmed, hasn't it, by that shadow?
Yes, it had. Did I impress you by happening to know the name of that crater on the moon? We didn't
You
even
did.
rehearse this.
You did. You did.
Yes.
You know how much I love the moon. You know how much I love the moon, Bob. But as we were saying, so the moon is going now into this lighter shadow, but the bit that we'll wait for is when it goes into that umbral shadow. That's when it goes into the darkness, and we start to see, really, we'll see pretty much that moon disappeared, and we'll have to change the exposures on our cameras to pick up the much, much fainter light that will be falling on the lunar surface then.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And for those of you who love the moon and want to know the features below that white spot on the upper left, there's a couple of other blotches. The one on the lower right of it is the famous Copernicus, the
Mm.
perhaps the most beloved of all the lunar craters, 54 miles across, about 100 kilometers across, and beautiful, with 11,000-foot tall mountains ringing, and all these lovely features of the moon are going to get swallowed up. What's really happening, folks, is that if you were on the moon right now, standing, let's say, on the middle of it, you'd see about half of the sun blocked off by a piece of the Earth. But if you were on the edge of the moon right now, where it looks like nothing's hitting it, what's really striking the moon right now is a little bit of sun. The sun is 98%, let us say, blocked out by the Earth. So only a little bit of sunlight is hitting that section. Therefore, even though we have a little over 2 minutes to go before the official umbral eclipse, which is when 100% of that section of the moon is blocked off by Earth and gets no sunlight at all, except for some weird stuff from our umbral shadow that we'll talk about later. Nonetheless, you can see there's a gradation. It's not as simple as a sharp line between the eclipse and no eclipse. It's really the line on the moon between, on the upper right, we're looking at a part where perhaps only 1% of the sun is blocked off. Almost full sunlight is hitting that. On the lower left of the moon in this view, 99% of the sun is blocked off. So it's a gradation in actuality, and that's why it looks that way. I love it. Don't you
Yeah,
love this?
and this is one of the cool weird things about these lunar eclipses, is exactly what you're saying, Bob, is this, it's a diffuse line. It's not like the Terminator. You can't see craters with their edges and their terrace walls just peeking up above the darkness. It's a very strange view. And actually, if I have a look back now, literally in the couple of minutes I've been talking to you now, that edge has dimmed and it looks nothing like a normal phase. So if you're watching the show, go out, pop your head out the window now, because this is such an unusual thing to see, this particularly shading that you're talking about, Bob.
That's right. And drag the kids out. If you've got kids, and I know somebody who almost has a kid around here, because his wife is due any minute now, is why I shouldn't be spilling the beans about that. But yeah, drag them, wake them up. I know in much of America and certainly in Europe, it's the wee hours of the morning, or at least it's after sunset, and the kids have to go to school tomorrow. What the heck? Wake them up. They'll always remember this moment when their parents dragged them out of bed, took them outside, and said, "Look at that. That's our moon going into Earth's shadow." You can even explain that, hey, you and I cast a shadow when we walk down the street. There's our planet's shadow. And the moon,
Mm.
which is the only object in the known universe that travels its own width per hour. I mean, crazy. 2,160 miles across. Its average speed is 2,280 miles per hour. It goes its own width per hour. And so it's moving now toward the lower left in its actual orbit around Earth. This isn't some optical illusion. We're seeing its orbital motion as it plunges into Earth's shadow.
Isn't that remarkable? And actually, we're literally approaching the second that we begin the moment when it's going into the umbra that we mentioned just a few minutes ago. And if you look, when we were talking about Aristarchus in just this short time has almost completely disappeared as it heads into that umbral shadow. It's amazing to watch right before your eyes.
Yes. Some people are a little, I won't say appalled, but a little surprised that the edge of the shadow is not sharp. Now, if you've ever been to a total solar eclipse, very few have, you see the sharp edge of the moon's shadow blocking out the sun, and it's razor sharp edges and very fine bits of detail. Not here,
Yeah.
because
No.
again, the edge of the Earth's shadow is a fuzzy thing. It has to be, because it's really the borderline between where the moon is 99% eclipsed and where it's 100% eclipsed. And you go another 100 miles away from that on the moon's surface, and it's 98, 97, 96% eclipsed. So expect that as this eclipse, now that the umbral eclipse is underway. Umbral eclipse means that now in the upper left, if you're standing on the moon, you have no sun at all. Only Earth's shadow is striking the moon. And so the official partial eclipse, the umbral eclipse, has begun.
Yeah, it's a great moment. It's extraordinary, not just to see in the live pictures, but you can go out now and actually see this moment as you sort of, as it's really starting to descend into that darkness. You've actually now properly lost the top left corner, haven't we, of the moon there?
Yes, yes. People wonder, how does this differ from the phases of the moon? I'm always surprised that there's a number of people who think that the ordinary crescent moon is only a crescent because it's partially in Earth shadow. And they think that a half moon is half in Earth shadow every month. And of course, that's not true. The moon is actually casting its shadow on itself. It's a curved body, and half of it is in sunlight, half of it is in darkness at a given time. But now we're actually seeing phases that don't look like your normal phases of the moon. So if you like the weird, the unusual, the odd, if you'll pay for that by going to the strangest movies that you can find because you like to see something you haven't seen before, again, bring your friends, call your friends, girlfriend, lovers, kids, parents even. Drag them out for this thing because here it goes. It's underway.
And you talk about weird and unusual things. For me, it's got to be that moment when the moon is deep in the heart of the Earth's shadow, and yet it shows these beautiful colours. I mean, why is that? It's that beautiful thing, that the same reason why our skies are blue, and this weird combination of that effect and the fact that the Earth's atmosphere bends the light. I just think that's incredible. I know you're going to talk loads more about it later on the show when it actually happens, but that to me is one of the real magical things of a lunar eclipse.
You're so right, Will. And you know, in a way, it's already happening because Earth casts a reddish shadow. Now, there's no way around it. And yet, you look at the upper left, either with your eye right now, if you're going outside, or at our SLU telescope live views of the moon, and the shadow looks black. But in truth, it's really red. The only reason it looks black, either to the eye or to our equipment, is because we're taking the correct exposure for the moon itself. And so will your eye. If you go out and look at it, you don't have to think about it. Your eye adjusts. The pupil changes its size. The retina actually has photochemical changes. And your eye adjusts to capture the correct exposure for the moon. And since the moon is still mostly in sunlight, either with film, with CCDs, with our telescope now, or with your eye, the correct exposure for the moon means that you have to stop down that shadow part. So we're underexposing it. Our eyes underexpose it, and here at SLU, we're underexposing the shadow. We could do it. We could change the exposure and bring you the true red color of Earth's shadow even now. But to do that, we'd have to so overexpose the sunlit part of the moon that it would be just burnt out and blurry and it wouldn't look clear anymore. So we're always doing the correct exposure to capture the best view. And to do that, it's underexposing the shadow. But there'll come a time later in the eclipse, I think around 10 o'clock Eastern time, another half an hour or so from now, when so little of the moon will remain that its brightness will be low enough that the correct exposure for your eye and for our equipment will open up the exposure enough to show the red color of the shadow. And one of the weird, interesting parts of the eclipse is, what is the moment when we distinctly see the true reddish color, what the media calls the blood moon? When will the blood moon start appearing? And we're going to be watching for that.
We need a name for it, don't we, Bob? We were discussing that the other day. We need a name like we have when a solar eclipse. We have that beautiful moment, the diamond ring and Bailey's beads, which herald the beginning of totality. I think maybe some SLU viewers can give their opinions, ideas on the hashtag.
The hemogenesis. How's that?
Yes, I like it. I like it.
Hemogenesis. We're waiting for. Well, let's be the first to start using that. We're waiting for the hemogenesis, the moment when the moon turns red, when the shadow turns red. Meantime, look at that moon continuing to rush into the shadow. The speed of the moon, it's about 2,280 miles per hour. Not terribly fast as such things go. Earth travels at 66,000 miles per hour. If you're in the part of the world that uses the metric system, which is essentially everywhere except for the United States, think of Earth going about 100,000 kilometers per hour, a little over that, and the moon moving a mere 3,700 kilometers per hour, much slower, but it's fast enough to move its own width per hour, and then that means that in 1 hour, it'll go from having just touched the moon's edge to being fully immersed. And if you look at the eclipse timings, sure enough, this partial eclipse began at, I'll use Eastern time for the moment, at about 9:07, and the total part begins at 10:11, just 1 hour and 4 minutes later. So it all makes sense. It's great for things to make sense in the universe. Certainly there's enough chaos here on Earth, and that's one of the great things about astronomy. It's all very clockwork, tick-tock, logical, sensible. You can count on it.
Yeah, absolutely can. That's the beauty of it.
So weird things about the moon. In this segment, let's just each give a favorite strange thing about the moon, since the eclipse is so odd. I'll go first. I think my favorite thing is that when the moon is struck by a large meteor, or when it got hit by a descent stage, an unused descent stage in the Apollo mission, it started shaking like a giant gong. It rang for as much as 2.5 hours without stopping. On Earth, when we get clobbered, our vibrations dampen out in just a minute or two at most. But on the moon, it keeps going wah, 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 like a giant gong, and rings, shakes, vibrates for hours, which seems to indicate it has, unlike Earth with our liquid molten core, although the solid, the very middle of the Earth is solid, the moon must have a solid crystalline core that translates vibrations back and forth and back and forth, and the whole thing rings like a bell. I love that. How about you? What's a favorite moon factoid for you, Will?
Well, you know me, Bob. I'm an astrophotographer. I love taking pictures of the moon, and one of the cool things I think about the moon is we always think of it as being this sort of monochrome object, black and white, right, without any color. But actually, the color, the actual surface, has some very, very subtle surface color variations that you can actually bring out naturally. I mean, you can enhance them, obviously, in Photoshop and programs like that, but those colors actually are there, and they correspond to real geological differences between different
hours we're going to be with this. We're going to watch the moon now as it creeps closer and closer. We have our countdown clock ticking away towards totality, but forget about totality being the be-all and end-all. The whole thing is wonderful and weird and odd. And look at that phase. Now, this doesn't look like a shape that you'd ever seen in any normal lunar month, right?
No.
And so I urge all of you, just as Will just did, go out if you have clear skies, take a look at it yourself, stick with us, and we'll keep telling you very cool things about it. And we'll be back a little bit later to talk some more about this. Thank you for joining us. We're continuing for hours. Don't go away for our mega harvest moon eclipse, the last one for the next 18 years or so. This is Will. I'm Bob here at SLU. We'll be back. Stick with us.
Hi, Bob Berman back with you here on our special total lunar eclipse night. Wow, special night. Lunar perigee, the closest moon, the harvest moon. But what is all this moon stuff? Why is the moon so important? After all, it's a celestial body only 1/4 our size. It's really geologically dead. It has no life. It has no air. Other than the fact that it's nearby, only 250,000 miles away. Certainly we can think of many celestial objects that are more interesting. So why does it have all of this historical and scientific and cultural importance? Well, there's a lot of things. Everything since discovery of that it came about by an object colliding with Earth about 4 billion years ago. That, bam, the combination of this Mars-sized object and our own planet produce the moon, we've had it, and it's slowly been spiraling away ever since then, at the rate of about an inch and a half a year, slowly leaving us. So it's getting smaller and smaller in our sky. Still, what's the big deal? Well, scientifically, first off, we've recently found that it's not just a matter of the moon producing tides, which it does, in which some forms of animal life, especially in the intertidal marshes, the animals like crabs and others that depend on the seas rising and falling, and their predators like gulls. Beyond that, it turns out that all life on Earth would have probably been impossible without the moon. That's because the moon stabilizes Earth's axial tilt. Right now we're tilted about 23.5 degrees. And it's been calculated that without the moon, we would slowly undergo wild changes in where our tilt points, so that we would sometimes be pointed directly toward the sun, which would make everything too hot for many thousands of years at a time. It would be broiling. Life could not exist. But with the moon, that tilt stays at very nearly 23.5 degrees. It only gets more than that or less than that by about 2 degrees. So it stabilizes our conditions and probably allows life to exist in the first place. So the moon's absolutely vital. And maybe all the different cultures and civilizations through the ages not only sense that, but, well, one thing for sure is they knew about the tides. When the moon is full, as it is tonight, or new, it lines up with the sun. Even though the lunar tides by themselves are more than twice as powerful as the sun's, the two can either subtract from each other or add to each other. Tonight, when it's full, they add to each other, producing spring tides, which has nothing to do with the season of spring. It just means that the waters come up higher. The highs are higher, the lows are lower. It's as if it's all springing out at us, or maybe springing like a water spring on the earth. More water is what is the result of that. So the moon is totally important in terms of that, and regulates this kind of life. And the ancients all knew that. They also had this fascination with the moon because of its brilliance in the night sky. Although, to tell you the truth, it's less bright than most people imagine. Let me test you out on that. If you were to be asked, what is the difference between sunlight and moonlight? How many times brighter is a sunlit scene than the same scenery at night lit up by the full moon? What would you say? Do you think sunlight is 100 times greater than moonlight? 1,000 times? Very few people would guess that it's 450,000 times. About 500,000 times fainter than sunlight. And the reason we don't perceive that is because there are photochemical changes in our eyes. It's not just the changing pupils of our eyes, but the retinas themselves change their sensitivity. So we don't really perceive this huge difference in brightness between the sun and the moon. Nonetheless, the moon
Hi, I'm back. This is Bob Urban, and this is SLU for our great lunar total eclipse. And right now I'd like to talk to you about whether the world is coming to an end, because there's a lot of web traffic and a lot of reasons that people think it is. And it is a pretty amazing night. What's happening tonight? I mean, think about it. It's the harvest moon and the closest approach of the moon of the entire year. At the moment the eclipse is happening, the moon is turning color. It's a tetrad. There's Bible references that are involved. I mean, there's all sorts of things that are making some people afraid of what's going on. So let's talk about that. You know, it's not just moons that cause it. For some reason in the astronomy world, we have all sorts of end of the world Armageddon type experiences almost every year. Some people think there's a hidden planet named Nibiru that's on a collision course and it's going to collide today during the eclipse. Others think it's later this year or next year, but you'll see a lot on the web about that. In truth, no, NASA and the world's astronomers are not hiding some cataclysm
I've been connected with astronomy all my life, and I can tell you that these are blabbermouths. Astronomers would never keep anything hidden. They couldn't if there was something actually happening. Also, if there's a planet really on a collision course with us, it would already be noticeable because at this point it would be close enough to be seen in the sky by everyone. So that's not happening, and the yearly asteroids that come close to us are comets that are visible every few years, and all of these end of the world things. I mean, haven't we learned by now? They don't happen. But this event is a little different because this lunar eclipse is a confluence of so many different things happening at once. The closest moon of the year, the largest moon, the harvest moon, what's called a mega moon, all occurring at once, and something called a tetrad that we'll get to in a few minutes. But let's start with what the media are labeling this, and that is the blood moon. They've been calling total lunar eclipses blood moons for a few years. And there's a little bit of truth behind it because the moon is turning a ruddy color, reddish. In reality, though, the color is more like a penny. It's coppery or orange, more orange than red. If your blood ever turns the color of tonight's eclipse moon, you should go to the emergency room because that's not a good sign. The real drama comes in because that illusion, that term blood moon, feeds into some Bible passages, such as Revelations 6:12, where it says, "And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood." Or Joel 2:31, which says, "The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and the terrible day of the Lord come." So that suggests doomsday, Armageddon. And that feeds right in with the blood business. So naturally people are afraid. There's even some Bible sites that I've noticed asking questions. There's one that says, "Is Jesus going to return during the blood red moon of 2015? Well, that's tonight. So that's what's scaring some people. And then on top of that, we've got the megamoon business. Now, the moon's orbit around Earth is an ellipse, not a circle, so the moon comes closer and farther all the time. And once every single year, you're going to get a full moon that happens to be the closest moon of that year. And this year, it's now. And it's happening just as the eclipse is happening. During the eclipse, the moon will be at its closest point to Earth of all of 2015 and be at its largest of all of 2015. I think that's very cool. So the question is, does that affect us? Does that harm us? It does affect us because we will have the largest tides of 2015. The highs will be higher, the lows will be lower than any time this year because, first of all, it's full moon, and the full moon and the new moon both produce the highest tides because the moon and the sun are then in a straight line, and they act together to raise the tides. And secondly, when you have a perigee, and that's what it's called when the moon is close, and it is close to us, its nearest surface to us is only 216,000 miles tonight. That is quite close. And that additionally raises the tides because the tidal effect varies with the cube of distance. Some places like the Bay of Fundy in Canada and Nova Scotia are even more susceptible to the moons coming closer and further than it is to the new moon and the full moon. So the combination of those two, yeah, we're going to have tides, so it really will affect us. But as for mega moon, which is a new expression, astronomers don't use it. It's just newly coined, megamoon. And so what does that mean exactly? Well, if you look at the data, it shows that tonight's moon is 14% larger and closer than the full moon in early March this year, or 7% larger than its average size. Now, does that mean it'll be large in the sky? Actually not, because that difference is right on the edge of what you could notice. The moon is only 30 arc minutes across.
14% change is right on the border of what human eyesight can show. So marginally noticeable. What you will see is if you watch it rise. If you've already seen it rise or in your place where you can watch it rise, like on the West Coast, for example, California, Oregon, Washington, the moon is rising already eclipsed tonight. So it will be low when you see it, especially in the early parts of the eclipse. And when the moon is down low near the skyline, it always looks enormous. This is the famous moon illusion. All objects in the sky near the horizon look large. Even constellations like Orion or the Big Dipper look huge when they're low. And this is caused by the psychological effect of knowing, as we do without thinking about it, that anything near the horizon is far away. Like if we're driving and we go over a hill and there's a town in the distance and we see a church steeple in it, we'll automatically assign a size to that because we know it's far away, and we give it some perspective. When the moon is high in the sky, it's dwarfed by the emptiness of the sky. The sky is 180 degrees from horizon to horizon. It's large, and the moon is only half a degree across, so it looks tiny when it's high up. But when we see it down low, juxtaposed against earthly objects, the moon takes on a much larger size. That's called the moon illusion. It doesn't actually get larger. If you measured it with a filar micrometer, you'd see that its diameter is actually no larger. It's actually a little smaller when it's near the horizon because it's farther away from you than when it's high up in the sky. But the illusion is very powerful. So everybody seeing the moon rise tonight, are going to say, wow, look at that. That's the mega moon. That's the huge moon that they're talking about. But not really. It's enormous because that's the moon illusion. The fact that it is a close moon and is called the mega moon adds a tiny bit to that, but not enough to be noticeable. Certainly not enough to affect us. The tides will be high because of this. But to actually cause flooding or damage, you'd need something extra, like onshore winds or a storm, something extra to push it over the edge, and then you could have some damage from today's event. So that's not going to bring you Armageddon either. The other aspect is the tetrad. Now, tetrad's an interesting concept. You see, you can have an eclipse, a lunar eclipse or any kind of eclipse, every 6 months. So if you have a lunar eclipse and it's total, the next lunar eclipse 6 months later can be anything. It can be penumbral, which is not even noticeable. The moon doesn't seem to change. It can be partial, or rarely it can be another total eclipse 6 months later. Well, once in a long time, it will be total again, and 6 months later it'll be total again, and 6 months later it'll be total again. So you have 4 total eclipses in a row. Every 6 months, another total lunar eclipse. That's called a tetrad. They were very rare for centuries. There was not a single tetrad from the year 1600 to the year 1900. None at all. But now it's different. In the 21st century, there are 8 tetrads. So we can't really say that it's a honestly rare thing during our lifetimes right now. So yes, it's a tetrad eclipse. This is the final one of the tetrad, by the way. We had one earlier this year on April 15th. We had 2 last year. This is the final one in this series. So that's kind of cool, but it's not the doomsday. And we do have the harvest moon tonight that's happening at the same time. That's always the nearest full moon to the September equinox. When have we ever seen that go into eclipse? Maybe once before, if we're old enough to remember it, but that's kind of rare. So it's a rare event. It's a cool event. We're covering it here at SLU. We're very excited about it. But as for the end of the world, I don't think so. But we'll find out as we keep watching it tonight. We'll see if we're still around in another couple of hours. I'd wager that we will be. So let's keep watching. Let's keep enjoying this. For SLU, I'm Bob Berman. Hey, this is Slew. I'm Bob Berman, back with you live. Well, the whole thing is live. Everything we are seeing is in real time. We are watching the blood moon. We've reached hemogenesis, the start of the blood part of the moon, the red part of the moon. It looked like a black bite taken out of the moon until just a little while ago. But if you check outside your window, then you're one of the places in the world that can see this in your sky, which is not, unfortunately, Hawaii or Alaska or Asia, but it is mainland US, all of South America, Western Europe, and the western half of Africa. If you have clear skies, what are you waiting for? Go out, check it out. Don't be out too long, though. Stay with us because we have so much to explore. Totality is coming up now in only a little bit more than 9 minutes. And I should mention that unlike a total solar eclipse, where it happens at different times for different people around the world, because the moon's shadow then sweeps across Earth, and some parts of Earth that are going to get it will see it well underway or even see the total eclipse, while others are still waiting for it to start, and it hasn't even begun yet. Not here. With a lunar eclipse, everybody sees the same thing. It's really a unifying event. It's one of the reasons we decided to talk to the Vatican astronomer, and we'll do that a little bit later on. The Pope is visiting the U.S. So this is the kind of event that unites the world, seeing this. After all, it's Earth, it's the moon, it's our planet, and so much of the world is watching this at the same time. It's really a unifying thing. We're all seeing it, and again, I'll emphasize it, we're all seeing the same thing. As long as you have the moon in your sky right now, you're seeing the exact same part of the eclipse as everybody else. The only difference is that if you happen to be standing on your head, if you're in South America, in Brazil, let's say, where the eclipse is underway, although we understand from some of our Brazil friends that it's cloudy in at least parts of Brazil. But if you're in the clear, you'll see the moon in a different orientation because you're, of course, upside down relative to people here in the northern hemisphere. So that's the only difference. But the moon, other than that, the stage of the eclipse will be identical. And as we approach totality, we want to bring back our friend Scott from the Weather Network. This is Canada's equivalent of the Weather Channel in the United States. And Scott is an expert not just on meteorology. He's been keeping it in check and hopefully keeping the clouds away, when he's doing a good job of that for most of us. But Scott, we're also going to talk about these odd so-called edge effects caused by the fact that the redness is not uniform. It's odd, it's uneven, it's caused by our atmosphere. What's up with that? What's going on here?
Well, basically, the darkest part of the atmosphere, at least when you're looking at it edge on, is the lowest part, the troposphere, which is where most of our weather occurs. And if you look at this edge on, like say from the International Space Station, and their views of it, you can see this quite often, is that it's red at the bottom, and then there's a sort of a whitish pink layer in the middle, and then it goes off to blue at the top. And exactly right there on the screen. So that's the picture of the Space Shuttle Endeavour from, I believe, 2007, taken from the International Space Station. And you can see the layers very clearly there. So that's the orangish red troposphere at the bottom. Then you have the stratosphere in the middle and the mesosphere above that on top with blue. Now the blue seems to mainly come from the fact that ozone absorbs specific wavelengths of light. And so it will pick out the reds, and so you'll only get the blue coming through when you're looking at it edge on like that. And as the light filters through the atmosphere, because the globe is curved, this acts like a lens, and all of that light gets beamed into the umbra, because the umbra itself is just a dark blank patch of light because the Earth is physically blocking the sun. But because of this focusing, the lens of the atmosphere focuses all that light, the different stratified layers of color, into the umbra. And the very center of it turns into a big circle of reddish orange, coppery color, as you mentioned. And that's what we mostly see when we see a full total lunar eclipse, is that red. And as it enters the umbra and it leaves the umbra, sometimes you can catch that bluish tinge from the ozone absorption. And it's not often. It's hard to pick it out. There are pictures on the internet that people have seen, that have posted up. But yeah, this creates sort of almost like a banding around the edges of the umbra of these other colors. And if you can watch really closely, if you can get a really close picture of it, you can see that.
Okay, so for our listeners, let's translate that. Umbra means Earth's dark part of the shadow. That's the part of our shadow where no sunlight is hitting the moon. And what Scott is telling us is that our atmosphere
is being bent, refracted onto the moon. Actually, what we're getting on the moon, the reddish color, is really the combination of all of Earth's sunrises and sunsets. Very lovely, poetic idea being combined into a single kind of light. And the uneven color, as he's explaining, is due to these effects. Now, as the eclipse reaches its total part, and we only have 4 minutes to go before that happens, either look outside or join us with our many feed partners and our main telescope in the Canary Islands and take a look at the color of the moon. Note how uneven it is, and this is what Scott is talking about, these different parts of the atmosphere that are throwing light onto the moon. Let's see if we can see any. He said that there's occasions when it's blue. I've never seen that in 50 years of looking at the moon. Honestly speaking, I don't think we're going to see any blue. I think any photographs of that, the web. You can show photographs of a hippopotamus flying on the web. So I wouldn't trust any colors. But let us be the observers and decide for ourselves without bias. Let's look on the moon and see what colors we see. Now, is it really the color of blood? The media is calling this a blood moon. I think you'd have to go to the emergency room if your blood ever turned this color. Scott, have you ever gotten a cut and seen your blood turn this color?
No, I haven't. It's a little bit darker than that, a lot more reddish than that coppery orangish tinge.
Good. So that's right, coppery, orange, maybe yellows, there's some white there. And when we reach totality, that's 3 minutes away now. Right now we're still seeing sunlight hitting one edge of the moon. And you can look for yourself when you're outside. This looks so weird. It doesn't look like any kind of lunar phase. It doesn't look like a normal crescent moon. It looks like a little spot of sunlight, and all the rest of the moon is uneven because it's getting different degrees of depth into the umbra. The moon, in fact, in this particular eclipse, the moon is not passing centrally into Earth's shadow, but will be on the south edge of the shadow. So we expect, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Scott, that the top of the moon, the northern edge of the moon, will be the darkest. That'll be most centrally in the umbra. The bottom should be the lightest, maybe yellow, maybe different colors. Plus, it's going to change as the eclipse goes on, because once the moon is fully in our shadow, it's going to stay there for, I think, an hour and 13 minutes. And it's going to start 2 minutes from now. So why don't you help guide us a little bit on these final 2 minutes of sunlight? What are you seeing now that the rest of us should be paying attention to?
Well, this view of the moon from the United Kingdom is actually a really good one because it's very close up. And it's, again, really hard to see these things because, we're just looking at the contrast between the very, very bright little edge of the moon on the bottom there and the rest of it, which is getting darker. But if you really focus on the part that's right on the edge of that brightness, you can almost catch a bluish tinge. It's very hard to detect. It may even be something I'm just seeing because I've looked at other pictures and seen it.
No, I see that too.
It's
Absolutely,
very, very faint, but it's there. Almost.
I think it's very distinct, but the question is if you were looking at the moon directly yourself or with binoculars and not using any photographic techniques, would it look blue? That would really be the question. There's not much left.
It would probably take using a telescope as they're using it here in the UK to get a very, very close-up view of it, because otherwise it would just be too much of a contrast, too distant away to really see that for yourself just with the naked eye.
Yes. And now we've got just seconds left. The moon traveling at 2,280 miles an hour. That's several times the speed of sound. It's even faster than the Concorde used to fly. And at that orbital speed around Earth, carrying it around in 27 and a third days roughly. It's about to pass into our shadow. Now we only have 30 seconds left, and then the eclipse will be fully immersed in our umbral shadow. And at that point, what we see is a big function of the kind of exposure that we give it. Now, we have a number of feed partners along with our giant SLU telescopes. So look at this view, for example. In this view, where the exposure is a little different so that you can't even see any trace of reddishness. Whereas if you went outside and looked at the moon right now, I can assure you, because I just did that a few minutes ago, the moon looks red. How about you, where you are, Scott, in Canada? Do you have a moon in your sky, or is it cloudy?
Unfortunately, a lot of cloud moved into southern Ontario, and so we're only seeing it in little tiny breaks between those, and we're hoping for a slightly larger break to come in, hopefully during totality, so that we can see the red moon in its full. But it's dicey at the moment, unfortunately.
And we've got it. We've diced it up. Here is, we've reached hemogenesis, the moment of the blood moon's beginning. Actually, we've been seeing it looking red, of course, as we've approached totality, but here we are. We have reached totality. Look at that yummy, scrumptious unevenness in the lighting on the moon. And this is something that is not an artifact. If you go out and look at the moon yourself, if you have clear skies, and we urge you here at SLU to glance up, even use binoculars, and see for yourself this great uneven lighting on the moon. It looks like it's not totally eclipsed. It looks as if part of the moon is still receiving full sunlight, but it is not. So why don't you explain to us again how the different parts of the atmosphere are producing this unevenness, Scott?
Well, basically, it's due to the density of the atmosphere at the different levels. So down in the troposphere, it's the densest part of the atmosphere, thickest part, and so there's more molecules of air in the way as the sunlight passes through, that it gets scattered more. And since light scatters starting at the blues and going towards the longest wavelengths, the only ones to really make it out the other side and get focused into the umbra are the oranges and the reds, and the infrared, if that makes it through as well. Then after that, the higher up, there's less air there, less molecules, more light gets through. But as you go a little bit higher, that's when the ozone starts to actually capture some of those wavelengths and completely strip them out. And so that's when you get that blue color that can creep in the edges.
That is so cool. And ladies, women listening to that, aren't you turned on by a guy like Scott who uses words like wavelength and atmospheric density and infrared? I mean, isn't that cool? By the way, look close to the moon on the left side. You might see a single star. And in real life, the stars are now emerging. We had a night that you would not have seen the Milky Way with the light of the full moon. That does the same thing that big city lights do, destroys it. Hey, look at our live all sky view. Oh, this is so breathtaking. I'm so excited to see this. This is our view from the main observatory. A number, of course, SLU has a number of main observatories, but this is the one on the Canary Islands. And before, do you remember at the start of the show, those of you who were with us from the beginning, we saw the moon so bright that it made the background sky blue. It looked like a daytime sky. And now all the faint stars have come out. There is the moon being rather overexposed in this view so that we could get these faint stars, but there's even a hint of the Milky Way. And if you stepped out, if you live in the country right now, away from the lights of a big city, you'll actually see the Milky Way. You'll see the fainter stars. The moon is in the constellation of Pisces, a rather faint constellation. You'll see that there's no bright stars around it, but the fainter stars are all there. Whereas a mere hour and 10 minutes ago, before the eclipse started in earnest, there were very few stars out because we had the moon so bright that it was only letting the brightest of the winter or late fall stars bulldoze their way through that bright moonlight. So there's been a metamorphosis, a change in the sky, not just a change in the moon. Now we're going to come back to you in a little bit, again, live
In between, we're going to show you more views from our feed partners, more music, interviews, some other SLU astronomers and experts around the world. So we're just getting going here. So stay tuned, stick with us. This is SLU, our coverage of the great 2015 mega moon, supermoon, blood moon, harvest moon, total eclipse. I'm Bob Berman, and back with you in a little bit.
Hey, this is Bob Berman for SLU. So let's explore these strange full moons. Tonight, of course, is the harvest moon. So what does that mean? And what is the significance of all these various full moon names? Well, the full moon has always been special to civilizations through the ages. One reason is that it's the only lunar phase that's out all night long. It rises at sunset, it's at its highest around midnight, and it sets at sunrise, so it gives its light throughout the night. And on top of that, it's round, and the circle was considered the perfect shape to many early civilizations through the centuries. The size of the full moon produces another surprise. Its disk is much smaller than we commonly imagine or remember. If I were to ask you to put a value on the moon's dimensions, like how many would it take if you were going to pile them up one on top of another, starting at the horizon until you reach the overhead point, how many moons do you think it would take to stack up and go from the skyline to the zenith? Take a guess. Most people guess 30 or 50, and very few would come up with the right answer, which is 180. In other words, the moon is only a half a degree, so 180 reaches the 90 degrees that goes from the horizon to straight overhead. So the moon is actually much smaller than we remember it to be. If you wanted to completely stack the sky, pack it up with moons, it would take 105,000 moons. And none of us would guess that. In other words, the moon is much, much smaller than we perceive it to be or remember it to be. Now, for thousands of years, observers have been baffled by all sorts of lunar puzzles and paradoxes, mostly surrounding the full moon. And this happened long before Galileo aimed his first telescope at the moon in 1610. And a lot of these bizarre lunar qualities tormented the greatest minds throughout the ages. For example, there's the full moon's seeming flatness, which is noticed by the ancient Greeks. Whenever a ball, a sphere, is illuminated straight on by a light source, its center appears much brighter than the edges. Try it yourself with a ball or an orange and a flashlight. This routine effect is caused by the light being more direct and intense at the ball's center, plus the fact that only the middle of a ball is perpendicular to you and reflects more light straight back at your eyes. So the edges of a sphere always look darker, and you probably did this in drawing class, as a way to create a sense of three-dimensionality. This is such a common experience, it's a big part of what makes any globe seem three-dimensional. But the ancient Greeks noticed that, as bizarre as it seems, the full moon completely lacks this dimensionality. It seems perfectly evenly lit, as two-dimensional as a dinner plate. It looks like it's painted onto the sky. And even through telescopes, the full moon lacks any limb darkening along the edges, and it retains such a completely even lighting, it really does seem painted onto the sky. Check it out before or after this eclipse. You'll see that when you see the full moon, you'll see this effect. It's really bizarre. And after some back and forth controversy in the 1980s and 90s, scientists finally settled the matter. You see, if the moon had a smooth, solid surface or a cloudy one or a liquidy one, it would show limb darkening. Instead, the moon's powdery terrain does not scatter light in all directions, but preferentially throws it back straight toward the source, the sun. So at full moon, when you're aligned with the sun, you're looking at the moon in the same direction the sun is, so sunlight comes straight back towards all people on Earth, and it lights up the moon straight on. So the light bounces directly back toward the sun and toward us, because we're in the same direction, evenly from the entire disk, like one of those highway signs. So see it for yourself, look for it, and then compare it any other time of the month to the non-full moon, which does have dimensionality.
So full moons are special, and since there's 12 or 13 of them each year, it might be tempting to name each one. The Native American tribes did that. Most of them had names for the January full moon, for the February full moon, but somehow the names never stuck. Still, sometimes on TV you'll hear an announcer say that this coming Saturday it's the strawberry moon. But they don't tell you that no astronomer calls it that, and that's not listed in any book. And neither did any other tribe, except for the Algonquins, or the Apaches, or whichever tribe gave it that name. So, no, only 2 full moons have official names. There's the harvest moon, that's the one tonight, which doesn't look any different from any other full moon. People think the harvest moon is bigger or smaller or redder or something, but it isn't. The only thing special about the harvest moon, which is the full moon closest to the September equinox, is that the harvest moon rises at around the same time every night. So starting a couple of nights before the harvest moon, when the moon is almost full, instead of coming up about an hour later each night, the way the full moon normally does, the moon comes up only 20 or 25 minutes later each night. So the moon rises at more or less the same time, night after night after night, centered on the harvest moon. That's the whole special thing, and it is special. So you picture the busy farmer trying to complete his or her harvesting tasks and running out of daylight and getting frantic, and now the full moon, or nearly full moon, rises at that same time, sunset. Remember, the full moon always rises at sunset, to add welcome additional light. So that's why we call it the harvest moon. A month later, there's the hunter's moon. That's the other full moon that has an official name, which is defined as the next full moon after the harvest moon. And it has the same effect, more or less, of rising at pretty much the same time, night after night. Not quite as dramatic as the harvest moon, but almost. So those are the only full moons that have names. One of them is the harvest moon tonight. So the media, I guess desperate for extra moons to name, have a few others. One popular one is the blue moon, a phrase that only came about in the 20th century, and it really is defined, and it's pretty much accepted worldwide now. The blue moon is the second full moon in the same calendar month. Now, since the moon's period of phases from full moon to the next full moon is 29.5 days, and since all months except for February have at least 30, if not 31 days, it means that if there's a full moon on the first of the month, or even probably on the second day of the month, there'll be another full moon at the very end of the month, and that second full moon is called a blue moon. It's not that rare. We say once in a blue moon to suggest great rarity, but a full moon happens every 2.5 years on average. Another moon that's just recently starting to be added to our vocabulary is the mega moon. This is kind of a media thing because, again, astronomers don't use that term. And it's applied to a large moon. Because of its elliptical orbit, the moon can come closer and farther away. And every year there's got to be some full moon that's the largest full moon of the year. And so the media have started calling that a mega moon. And amazingly enough, that's also happening tonight. It's the closest full moon of the entire year tonight. So, of course, everyone's calling it a mega moon. In truth, it's only 14% larger than the smallest full moon, which was back in early March, and only 7% different from the average size of the moon. And you can't really see that in the sky. The moon really looks larger when it's near the horizon, when it's rising or setting. But other than that, you can't really tell the size difference. But on paper, at least, yes, this is the largest moon of the year, so it's the mega moon. So there you have it. There are the different full moon names: harvest moon, blue moon, mega moon, and all the rest. So enjoy it. Enjoy tonight's harvest moon. For SLU, I'm Bob Berman. This is SLU. I'm Bob Berman, back with you. I've never really left. This is all live, all happening in real time, and being brought to you by the SLU people, the production team headed by Tricia in the middle of Connecticut, our SLU chief engineer, Paul Cox, in the British Isles, Will Gator, our SLU astronomer. We've got feed partners on 3 different continents, bringing you feeds from Africa and Europe, the Canary Islands, our main telescope in the Canary Islands, Canada, the United States. It's coming to you from all over. And thank you to the entire team and all of you and all of our partners bringing you this event. And especially all of you viewers and listeners and SLU members who are watching this. Use that tag, SLU Eclipse, SLOOH, SLU Eclipse. If you want to talk to us, make a comment, ask a question, we're here. And this is a 5-hour event, and this is the middle of it. Right now, we have reached mid-totality. And that means as we look at the moon, we're going to see the most even, darkest lighting of the entire eclipse. We're going to switch from feed partner to feed partner and show you an interesting facet of it. And if you're in a place that has clear skies, and we know from so many of you who have contacted us that some of you are, you're watching the eclipse, and then you're also watching our coverage of it, which is great. This is what we prefer. Some of you have cloudy weather and are just relying on SLU, and that's great too. That makes us feel great that we can bring it to you in a way that you would not have seen it at all otherwise. So no matter what, as long as you're here, we're grateful for that. And so look at these different views. This is Ontario, Canada, that are struggling with intermittent clouds. Look at the color. I want you to compare the views from our different feed partners, because the identical event, I mentioned this before, but it bears repeating, is seen by the entire world. This is such a unitary, uniting event. When do we have so many people, let's hope over 1 billion people, watching the same thing, enjoying it, seeing an effect of our own planet, casting our shadow on the moon, our one and only natural satellite? So important for life on Earth. We used to think that it was important certainly for sea life, especially the creatures that rely on the tides, the rise and fall of the oceans, especially in the intertidal marshes, crabs, animals like that. They're predators like gulls. But now we know that life itself depends on having the moon, because Earth's tilt would change radically in ways that would make Earth too hot for many hundreds of thousands of years at a time. Were it not for the moon's stabilizing effect on our tilt, keeps it from tilting more than 2 degrees more or less than its present 23.5 degrees. So this is a part of the scheme, the system, the architecture, the design, whether you believe nature itself is intelligent. I suppose you could also believe that it's all a random design. Whatever it is, we're happy for it. We're grateful that we have what we have. We're going to be seeing another viewpoint when we have an interview with the Vatican astronomer spokesperson coming up soon on the show. Hey, look at this view. This is from South Africa. One of our feed partners showing you the moon looking quite dark. I'd say it's almost a brownish red in this. Notice that the lighting on the edge is now less pronounced than it was before. We're at mid-eclipse, which means the moon is most centrally inside Earth's main shadow, the umbral shadow right now. If you were a pessimist, we might call it the darkest, gloomiest part of the eclipse. An optimist, if you're away from the lights of any city, you can now see the splendors of the Milky Way and all the faint stars that were hidden from view during the full moon that preceded this. A lunar eclipse can only happen at the moment of full moon. Just so happens that not only is this the full moon, it's also the harvest moon. We've already talked to you about what makes the harvest moon so special. It doesn't look different from other moons. Some people imagine that the harvest moon is bigger or smaller or redder or more orange, something. No, no, no. Harvest moons look the same as any other full moon. The whole big deal with that is defining it as the full moon closest to the autumn equinox on September 23rd means that it's going to rise and set most nearly due west and due east. But more importantly, that means that it rises at most nearly the same time night after night. Usually the full moon or any phase of the moon comes up about 55 minutes later per night, almost an hour later each night, but not the harvest moon. The harvest moon rises only 20 minutes later each night. It really depends on your latitude. The farther north you go or the farther south, the farther you go away from the equator, the more extreme the harvest moon effect becomes. So the harvest moon is more of an effect than a physical appearance. So if you're up in Canada, Alaska especially, or you get down to the southernmost Australia or New Zealand, now you're going to see it coming up only 10 minutes later per night, almost the same time night after night. From Alaska, let's say the middle of Alaska, Fairbanks, at this time, the time of harvest moon, if you look up the times of moonrise, it can actually rise earlier the next night than it did the night before. Truly weird. That's weird stuff. The moon coming up at an early hour night after night. So all these strange effects are associated with the harvest moon. So tonight we have the harvest moon, always a full moon by definition. Going into Earth shadow, only a full moon can go into Earth shadow. So far that's not so weird. It's unusual, but not weird. At the same hour, and that was this hour between 10 and 11 o'clock. We're there now at the moon's closest approach to Earth in all of 2015. Now, it's only 14% larger than the very smallest full moon back on March 5th. It's not a big change, and if you've been one of the lucky ones with clear skies that have looked at the moon in the sky, can you really say that it's a larger looking moon? I'll bet you can't. If you saw it rise, that's another story, because when it's low down, you get the moon illusion, then it looks larger. But right now, look for it, and I think you'll honestly say that it looks like any other full moon. So all the talk about a supermoon, a hypermoon, a mega moon, and we're calling it that too. Look on your screen, because everyone is, even NASA is calling it a supermoon or a mega moon. But honestly speaking, when you look at it, it looks like any other moon, because the human eye cannot see a 14% difference. And the deviation from average is only 7%. It's just not large enough to perceive. The other thing, of course, it's called is the blood moon. We all know that. But look at the color. Even on this image from Ontario, Canada, it's more orange than red. I think we'd all agree. And if you go out and look at it yourself, you'll see it may be looking a little differently. And that brings up the question, which is real? The one that you see in the sky, maybe even using binoculars. Ordinary binoculars are great, by the way, on this moon. Or the various images that we have from our feed partners. And you'll notice the colors are a little different in each one. Well, the answer is what you see is the truth, is the real moon. Because any exposure that we take is going to change with the vagaries of the camera, the equipment, and the type of exposure. Like, look at this image now from the United Kingdom. Here, we wanted to get an optimum exposure. And we're grateful for the Basingstoke Astronomical Society bringing us these live images, all in real time. And notice it's maximally exposed to capture that redness on the limb of the moon, but that means the center of the moon is underexposed. Compare this to what you would see if you went outside right now, is you'd see the entire moon glowing with an orange color, with one edge looking brighter than the rest. That edge is the part of the moon that's farthest from the center of Earth's umbral shadow. Earth is just about 8,000 miles in diameter, and our shadow tapers smaller and smaller, and when it reaches the moon 250,000 miles away, it has tapered to a size that's still quite a bit larger than the moon, but smaller than the original Earth. So because of that, it's about twice the diameter of the moon. So once the moon is in the shadow, it'll stay there for about a full hour, and that's what we're seeing. We're in totality. It's lasting for an hour and 13 minutes. We're in the mid part of that now, which means we're seeing the most even lighting on the moon, the least weird, the least deviation in color. Check it out yourself. As I say, if it's clear, look for the difference between the brightest and the dimmest part of the moon and tell us what you think about the color. How would you assess it? To our eyes here, I was just outside taking a look myself. I would say it looks orangey, coppery orange colored, not day glow like this image from Ontario, Canada. Again, there's no wrong or right. It just has to do with the kind of exposure. It's certainly uneven lighting. We expected that. And nowhere did it get to blood color, that is a deep red, traffic light red, or stop sign red, or fire engine red. I think at all times we would agree it's more like something in between coppery red, like a penny, and an orangey color. It's very cool to see the difference from eclipse to eclipse. In 1992, we had a total lunar eclipse that happened after a major volcanic eruption on Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines, and that threw so much dust in the air that very little light got refracted or bent into Earth's shadow. And because of that, the moon's was very, very dark. It almost vanished during that eclipse. So we can have lunar eclipses that are almost black. We can have lunar eclipses, rare ones, that are barely eclipsed at all, that'll look just ever so slightly pink, very, very light colored. And it's really an environmental report card about ourselves. So it's really a unifying event. Not only is Earth watching this, not only are we all seeing the same thing, and even more than this being the harvest moon and the closest moon of the year, boy, we're all connected watching this. But on top of that, we're observing the effects of our own atmosphere on the moon because it's light bent around the edge of Earth that's hitting the moon. And if we were very polluted, very little light would get there. If it's very cloudy along the Earth's limb or edge, very little light would reach the moon. What we're seeing here is a normal looking total lunar eclipse. So it's kind of reassuring. You know, everything's okay in the universe. It is as it should be. Earth's air is not unusually polluted. We're seeing things just perfectly. This also concludes what's called a tetrad. And many people are making a lot out of that, and it's kind of unusual in a way. You see, once you have an eclipse can only happen when the exact three-dimensional plane of the sun and the earth and the moon are in a straight line. That can next happen 6 months later. But 6 months later, the next eclipse doesn't have to be full, and usually is not. It can be a partial eclipse where the moon doesn't quite make it into the center of Earth's shadow. Or it can be a penumbral eclipse where the moon really skims the edge of the shadow. But what if you get a total eclipse again 6 months later? Well, then what about 6 months after that? Can you get another one? You can. It's rare, but you could. And then what about a fourth? That's the most you could ever get. If you do get 4 total lunar eclipses in a row, as close together as they can possibly be, that is every 6 months, that's called a tetrad. Now, there were no tetrads at all from the year 1600 to the year 1900. 3 centuries, no tetrads. So this is the 4th and final eclipse of this tetrad. So if you put it into historic, and we're going to be exploring various aspects of the eclipse. We're going to come on with other SLU astronomers. We'll have our interview and great music accompanying it. Please continue to send us hashtag SLU Eclipse. Comment, ask us questions, anything about that. We'll keep watching because totality still has a while to go. This is the deepest part of it, but we're going to watch it progress. It's a very active, animated, alive kind of organic thing, this eclipse. So we're here. It's 5 hours of coverage. And so we're going to continue. I'll be back with you in a little bit. For SLU, I'm Bob Berman.
Actually, see if I could see Andromeda, the Andromeda Galaxy with the naked eye. I meant to do that, but I was being preoccupied with getting some pictures. But oh yeah, it was just magical, and also some of the things that I don't know whether you got to see it or whether you saw it, but I was looking out for that classic turquoise edge, that the sort of blue edge that you sometimes get from stratospheric ozone. It absorbs red light, and you get this lovely sort of turquoisey edge. Didn't think I saw as strong as one as we have seen in previous years. I don't know what you thought.
No, no, I didn't see that with the eye. No, I certainly didn't see that. Also, one has to be wary of that because remember, the complementary color to red is blue or blue-green. So when you're looking from the red part of the moon to the other, you have to be careful. Some old astronomy books list the companion of Antares as a green star. Now we know there are no green stars. So why did these venerable astronomers see it as green? We know the answer. They looked at the main A member of the pair, saw it as distinctly ruddy, and then when they turned their gaze to the white companion, they projected green onto it. So we always have to be careful with that. But I quite agree with your perception of this. Very, very nice eclipse. When we see a total solar eclipse, of course, totality, those precious few minutes, brings phenomena such as the corona going across the sky and other things. You look for other things other than that blacked out sun. You look for things around the sun and in the sky adjacent to it, like the corona. Well, usually in lunar totality, you don't think about that. You think about, well,
No.
you're going to look on the moon, you're going to look for the redness, you're going to look for the uneven lighting. But quite right. What you can do if you're not in a bright city is you can look for the surrounding stars and watch the magical transformation of the full moon night to a night where suddenly the beautiful, serene Milky Way and all the faint stars briefly have returned. And lovely.
Yeah, actually, I hadn't really thought about it in that sort of way, but you're absolutely right, aren't you? I often think in total solar eclipses, there's that sort of the last 10 minutes before totality, you get that ethereal silver glow, don't you? Well, we sometimes you hear people talking about lunar eclipses being not quite as spectacular, but actually, it's quite something to see the full moon. When I started out this evening, all around me was bathed in the beautiful silver blue moonlight, and then of course it's not there, and I'm looking around now, and actually, it's dark here right now, apart from the lights I've got lighting me up. So, I think there is this drama if you know where to look, or you're willing to sort of go and seek it out.
Well, that tells me, I've never been to your house, and since you're expecting a baby any time, nor will I get invited probably because you'll have less of a guest room than you had before. But this tells me you're not in. Well, I knew you're not in London, but you're not in an area that totally washes out the sky, are you? There.
Not quite. I'm actually on the edge of a sort of suburban zone, but I'm quite lucky in that I actually look out over fields, farmland. So, there's no real major sort of direct sources of lights. All the street lights are hidden behind buildings. So, yeah, quite lucky in that respect.
And here we are. The countdown to zero we've hit it, and now the total part of the eclipse is over. And that doesn't mean that it's inferior because now we go through the real strange changes where the phases in reverse of what we had before as the moon continues to creep um, half a degree per hour through the constellation of Pisces the fish. As it does so, it emerges from the shadow, but it also displays those strange looking shapes and lighting. And just look at this image that we have here. This is from New Hampshire in the United States. And there are some, granted, there have to be some artifacts in capturing such a great range of brightness. So we're looking from white on one end to almost red, you could say on the upper left. It's still an orange red. It's not really a blood red or a stop sign red, but still it's close to red on the upper left, yellow in between. And so I'm interested in all of our SLU members and observers around the world looking at the moon at this moment. What do you see? What is the range of strange lighting and strange shapes that you're actually seeing yourself? And how does it compare with these many SLU partners and views that we're bringing you?
Mm. Yeah, we was talking about the end of the umbral phase, the sort of the moon's sort of starting to peak out, and I'm looking around, and there's almost kind of like like a sort of diamond ring effect that the moon is so dark on that right hand side. As I look at it, the bit that is actually sticking out is really quite pronounced. So maybe what was the name you gave it, Bob? The heme or something?
A hemogenesis, that's the start,
That's
the
it.
beginning, the birth of the red part. But now this is the end of it, so now we need another Latin phrase for we'll look for when the red part is over. In other words, when our eyes, when our cameras, when our CCDs, in trying to capture the moon correctly, when there's so much moon that has returned, all bathed in sunlight, that the cameras have to be stopped down, and we underexpose the red, and it becomes black again. And maybe the name for that would be the onset of darkness, rather than putting it in the negative at the end of the redness, maybe the beginning of darkness. Although that does sound a little morbid, doesn't it? It's like
Sounds like a film title, I think. Look at that
yes,
view. That's
right,
gorgeous.
and so look at that, the full sky view from the Canary Islands and the main SLU, one of the main SLU observatories. We're not going to see this much longer. It's going to be a lot of fun an hour from now when the full moon is back. You won't see those stars. You'll see a blue sky. People don't realize it, but the full moon actually does paint the sky blue. We can perceive it as a dark blue to the eye, but when we use CCDs or film, it brightens it up like the daytime sky. So goodbye to Orion and the dog star to its lower left and all these lovely stars and their lovely colors, true colors. This is bringing you the all sky view in true color of the onset of the winter sky, very arguably the brightest part in all the heavens. That even a faint trace of the Milky Way above Orion right now, and that will go bye-bye as that moon brightens up.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to contrast the colours of Betelgeuse there in the top left of Orion, see how orangey it is, and the moon there. They look quite similar on my screen that I'm looking at.
They do. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, notice as long as we're talking about star colors, looking at this all sky, notice that you can see bluish white. The bottom star of Orion, Rigel, is bluish white. The dog star Sirius is bluish white. We see the not really red, but again, kind of an orangey, yellow-orange of both Betelgeuse and to its right, Aldebaran, but no green. Stars come in every color except for green. There's even black stars and brown stars. There's even one arguably purple star, and that one I invite you to look at the next time you're using your telescope. We're going to come to that season before long where you can look at the lovely Cor Caroli in the alpha star of Canes Venatici, and its companion, the B star, is this odd color that you'll see in various texts as amber, yellow, topaz, blue, purple. It's all over the place. I've always seen it as purple, however. So there may even be purple stars, but no green stars. That's the one color we don't have. There's a good reason for it, and the stars obey that law. No obvious green stars. And I agree with you. That moon looks like, with that ruddy color that's still being thrown onto the moon, it looks like it matches Betelgeuse very nicely. That star in Orion.
It is getting lighter, though, isn't it? There's there's a real slither now. It looks like, if I just glance behind me, it just looks like a crescent moon now. If I just glance, it's really, really quite beautiful. Really beautiful. I think we're soon going to lose that lovely red colour.
Now, it's got to be awfully late for you there in the British Isles, isn't it?
It is just coming up to 4:30 in the morning.
So now, are you practicing for the baby that you're going to have soon? Is that what's going on here?
Absolutely. I haven't started into the hobnobs yet. Once I get started into eating those biscuits, that'll see me through to the end.
So here we are at SLU. We've been bringing you this eclipse from the beginning, even from the beginning of the penumbral part. We've watched the subtle shading of the moon. We've watched the moon having a black bite taken out of it. We've discussed the harvest moon, the mega moon, all the different lore and legend and mythology and science surrounding it during this really marvelous event. I'd say it has gone as splendidly or more so than we could have hoped. We had wonderful hashtag SLU Eclipse tweets and messages from all over the world from people that have been enjoying it with us, either because they had clouds and this was the only way they could see it here at SLU, or because they were doing both, which is really warms the cockles of our hearts to know that they're taking it in directly as well as joining us here for it. That's just marvelous. We're going to continue with this coverage, bring you some more stuff, and an interesting interview coming up, and looking at various aspects of it as we continue to watch in real time, live, the moon creeping out of Earth's shadow at a hefty speed, 2,280 miles an hour. That's no slouch. And that's the actual orbital motion as it leaves our shadow for good, our final eclipse of this tetrad. So, Will, thank you so much for being part of this. He's our SLU astronomer and hosts many of the shows that we do here. And so we'll be back. We're always here live, but we'll be back and talk to you again in a little bit. I'm Bob Berman. That's Will Gator, and this is SLU.
That it's the point of it is not to be taken literally. We do not believe as Catholics that the earth was created, or excuse me, all the universe was created in 7 days. Rather, what we see is that the fundamental teachings of Genesis point us to that God brought all things into existence, that creation is fundamentally good. There is this uniqueness of the human person made in God's image and likeness, being able to somehow understand and to gaze and wonder upon this world and find meaning and a connection with that origin, but also too that creation also shows us that we are fallen and that we have committed sin. And so therefore the rest of Scripture becomes a narrative of how does God reconnect that relationship with a fallen people.
Okay, this is fascinating. This is SLU, and we're speaking with Father James Krasinski of the Vatican Observatory. Fascinating, fascinating stuff. Father James, you mentioned eternity a few times in
Yes.
the in this last segment. Now, in cosmology, and many of our SLU members controlling the giant SLU telescopes, of course, are fascinated with the larger issues of the universe, including where does it end, how does it extend. And in recent years, there's been some data, such as the Berkeley team in 2013, indicating that the flat topology of space may indicate that space goes on and on and on, and that it's infinite, and that going in the other direction with the Big Bang, we certainly don't know what preceded that, but there are some suggestions that the universe may be eternal. That's the word you used. Now, is an eternal universe, or one that's infinite in extent, certainly it's beyond what our minds can grasp, is this compatible or incompatible with church doctrine?
Very good question. And correct me if I'm wrong, because this is where perhaps some of my deficiencies in science may show up. So at any time, Bob, you feel you need to correct me on any of this, feel free to jump in. But from my standpoint is that when we look at the created world, we see time as a dimension. And so therefore, when we understand in a scientific sense, the understanding of something that goes on forever, something that goes on infinitely, it's still within the context of a world of time, of which that dimension is present. When we speak of the infinite in the divine in terms of God, we see an existence that is not conditioned by time, that is not conditioned by any of the material dimensions of the world. And so therefore there is a difference in terms of, if you to borrow a little bit of Wittgenstein, that it's not necessarily the term you use, but what's the definition underneath the term that's being used. When we understand the idea of an infinite God, it's not that there is a divine clock that goes on in heaven that can measure in a never-ending heaven. It's the idea that when you are in that realm of God, there is no time. Time does not exist.
Well, that's very nice. That is actually compatible with the way science has been going. More and more scientists are increasingly leaning toward time just being something that we humans create to make sense of things. Unlike Newton, who thought it was an actual dimension, more and more people are like Immanuel Kant, who think that it's like our numbering system. It's not something that's real, like a cucumber. It's nothing you can examine, and therefore you certainly couldn't travel through it, and it doesn't have independent existence by itself. So what you're saying is actually more and more in keeping with the way science is going, that there really is no time in reality, and the underlying reality anyway.
Yeah, and that's and thank you for that correction. I appreciate that, because one of the things in theology we're always careful to distinguish is to emphasize that one of the things that I oftentimes see people who are trying to critique faith from a scientific standpoint, a mistake that I see them to make is that it eventually tries to make God one being within creation, and to constantly go back to that understanding that God is not a being. And it's something that is very hard for the human mind to grasp, of thinking of something, an entity that's not a being itself. And so I appreciate your correction, in terms of the understanding of time. So thank you for that.
No, that's in keeping with the line of passive understanding, isn't it? I think this, what we're talking about really does passive our human symbolic language, where we have words for things. I mean, actual water is not the word water. So we try to understand things with our symbolic representative language, but it's becoming clearer and clearer that there's an underlying reality that's beyond what we can even think. I think
it's interesting you say that. A former classmate of mine from seminary, Father John Carchi, was just named rector of Mundelein Seminary. And he was an astrophysicist. He received his PhD from the University of Chicago. And for me at that time, being that I was just an infant at that point of trying to understand intellectually this relationship between faith and science, I had a conversation with him, being that he, here's an interesting guy. He's an astrophysicist, but also studying to be a priest. How do those two work for him? And precisely to your point, when I was all curious about, how does he see this all fit together? One of the things he shared with me in reflection was, he's like, James, one thing you have to remember is that it's not faith in the biblical sense, but there is an underlying faith that an astrophysicist has, that the numbers, the symbols, the expressions that are being used actually work the way you think that they're working. And speaking precisely to what you talk about is that we have these realities that we give names to, such as water. But at the same time, there's also that exploration of human reason and refinement of human reason that has contributed to that language and will change the language in the future. And will refine it even further and give us a better understanding of the natural world. And in that process, we'll also be able to get a better understanding of the divine and of God, in terms of, as we better know how the universe works and how the world works, it gives us a deeper sense of our understanding of the source of that universe and how that source relates with us.
Fascinating. We've been speaking with Father James of the Vatican Observatory. We're doing this here at SLU because this is the day of the lunar eclipse that's uniting many, many people in the world, looking at an event that the moon and the earth are both intimately involved in. And so, of course, here we are all together, very much concerned with our planet Earth and the issues that extend beyond it. So this was a fascinating discussion. We're really in your debt for you joining us here today. Thank you. And perhaps we'll speak to you again in the future. We appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, Bob, and thank you for everything you do. I'm a SLU member, and I remember just watching your little clips that you have when I would schedule time on one of the telescopes in the Canary Islands or in Chile. Just listening to your 5 or 10 minute explanations of these objects really helped me understand the universe and nebulas and stars. And so thank you for everything that you do. And on behalf of the Vatican Observatory and the Vatican Observatory Foundation, I just thank you for inviting me on. I deeply appreciate being a guest on your show today.
Hi, Bob Berman back with you here on our special total lunar eclipse night. Wow, special night. Lunar perigee, the closest moon, the harvest moon. But what is all this moon stuff? Why is the moon so important? After all, it's a celestial body only 1/4 our size. It's really geologically dead. It has no life. It has no air. Other than the fact that it's nearby, only 250,000 miles away. Certainly we can think of many aware of these things. The other thing is that the moon is so round. It's one of the few perfectly round objects that are seen in the natural world. In a diameter of 2,160 miles, the bulge of the moon is just 4 miles. That's 1 part in 500. It's imperceptible. So at the moment of full moon, and that's what happens at the moment of mid-eclipse tonight, it is precisely full moon. The moon is perfectly round to our eyes because nobody can see an out of roundness of only 1 part in 500. And there's not a lot of things in nature that are perfectly round. And roundness was always prized. The ancient Greeks, among others, thought that of all the geometric shapes, triangles and squares and all the rest, the circle was divine because every part of its circumference is beginningless and has no end. There's no changing sudden angles, and it's always, in all parts of it, equidistant from the center. So because of that, it was regarded as special, and we still have a legacy of that kind of belief in ceremonies like the exchange of rings, wedding rings. And again, this follows the moon. So there's a lot to the moon, and it's our only natural satellite. Mars has 2, but they're all tiny little pieces of junk, just 10 miles or so across and irregularly shaped. Venus has no moons. Mercury has no moons. So in this part of the solar system, the terrestrial planets, the only planets that have surfaces, we're the only one that has a significant moon, a round moon. It's important. Now, another aspect of it is that we still yearn for exploration, and we might want to go back to the moon. And some of the observers always wonder, well, what can you see through our SLU telescopes or through backyard telescopes? What's the greatest detail? And the answer is that the best we can do is about a couple of city blocks on the moon. So if you're wondering whether those Apollo landing craft that are still there, the landing stages from the Apollo missions can be viewable, the answer is forget it. No way. So despite that, it's fascinating, and it's one of the reasons that SLU members love going back to the moon over and over again. It may be gray and colorless and simply the nearest celestial object to us, but you know what? It does not lose its thrill. It's the most detailed object we can ever see through our telescopes, and it's always fascinating. For SLU, I'm Bob Berman.
Hi, everyone. This is Slew. Hopefully, you're enjoying this great 2015 mega harvest moon super blood moon eclipse. The final one occurring under circumstances similar to this until the year 2033. So you've got to wait 18 more years before we get this again. Oh, it's been great. We've had so much fun. We've had our slew partners. Almost everybody was in clear weather on 3 continents in more countries than I can count: South Africa and Great Britain and Canada and the United States. And, our thanks to so many of the partners. Of course, Slew with our own giant telescopes have been bringing you instrumentation directly from the Canary Islands, but we've also had beautiful views, different magnifications. The Basingstoke Astronomical Society, Matt Marula in New Hampshire, and of course some of our slew people, the often slew host Will Gator, Paul Cox, our chief engineer, Trish and her team of engineers in Connecticut. This is an international effort bringing you this total lunar eclipse. It's everything we hoped it would be. Just absolutely great. We've also brought you other ancillary information, a interview with a Vatican astronomer. Just a lot of fun. So we're in our final minutes now as the moon creeps out of Earth's main dark shadow, the umbral shadow. We have a countdown for you right there on your screen. You can see it just a matter of minutes. And the moon will still have an uneven lighting because even though it'll be out of the main shadow, part of the moon will remain for another hour or so in the penumbral shadow. Much harder to see, and one part of the moon will be in almost 100% sunlight, the other part in almost like 98%, 96% sunlight. So you'll see a difference in the lighting there. And we want to thank all the people who are sending in great tweets and messages. Here's Carlos Figueroa, who's saying, Slew, you made my night. I am so going to become a member now. Can't wait to see what you have in store for the future. And we have a lot in store, of course. Every time there's a comet or an asteroid that comes close, or an eclipse or a meteor shower, special low light equipment. We have Matt Francis, the director of Prescott Observatory, one of our big slew partners, bringing us with his amazing solar telescopes. We get live views of the sun like you wouldn't believe. Fantastic through H-alpha filters and direct viewing filtered with visible light and all sorts of different images showing you whenever there's super storms on the sun, even the types of explosive coronal mass ejections, CMEs, that affect earthly life. Sometimes we even have planes that have to change their polar routes. Thank you to Waylon Kemley, who says, gorgeous harvest moon eclipse. Thank you. And the hashtag is at Slew Eclipse, hashtag Slew Eclipse, for making it possible for so many to see this tonight. And yes, and so many did. If you had cloudy weather, you joined us, and we brought it to you in many different ways and magnifications. And if you had clear weather, you hopefully went inside and outside and took turns being under the actual sky and joining us and our various slew astronomers and guests and ancillary materials that we brought you. And take a look at this. Here's the last few minutes now, just a couple of minutes left of the umbral part of the shadow as the moon, speeding along at over 2,000 miles an hour, is whizzing toward the east out of the shadow. Now, of course, we know that it crosses the sky toward the west, but that's due to Earth's rapid spin. That's what makes the moon and the sun look like it's just zooming across the sky. If you could somehow freeze Earth's rotation so that the stars and the moon and the planets and the sun would not race across the sky from east to west every day, then you would see the moon's true orbital motion as it slowly moves its own diameter per hour eastward among the stars. Tonight, they were among the stars of the constellation of Pisces, a little hallucinogenically dim constellation that only looks like a bunch of fish after you've had a few shots of tequila. It's not one of the 15 or so constellations that really look like what it's supposed to. Of the 88 constellations, let's say Scorpius looks like a scorpion. Orion really looks like a hunter. Well, not necessarily a hunter. It looks like a person. It could be a vegetarian or a serial killer or any humanoid type figure. But hunter is what it was. Actually, the Sumerians and Babylonians originally saw Orion looking like a sheep, which is why its famous shoulder star, Betelgeuse, the name of it means the armpit of the sheep. Now, if that's not the least attractive name in the entire universe, naming someone for the sheep's armpit, I don't know what is. But you see, not all celestial items are lovely or mellifluous. We're looking at the moon here. This is our view from the United Kingdom, and staring at the south end of the moon near the crater Tycho. That's that big walled crater on the left. What's cool watching the moon from night to night, as many SLU members like to do in operating the equipment, is that as the shadow separating day from night, called the terminator, creeps over the moon's surface at 10 miles an hour, it reveals different features, because only when the sunlight comes in at a low angle is there a lot of relief, meaning the mountains look like mountains. The craters really look like holes. That white spot on the left side of your screen in this live view of the harvest moon, notice it just looks like a round white thing. You wouldn't guess that this is a deep, wide crater over 60 miles wide. So everything changes on the full moon, which of course is what it is tonight. Only the full moon can go into a lunar eclipse. On the full moon, the sun is shining straight down on the moon's surface, not from the right or from the left, which is what shows off all the relief kind of detail, makes things look raised and deep. So on a night like this, on and around the full moon, the only things we see are the so-called albedo features. Albedos are changes of brightness. Notice those dark, blotchy areas where solidified lava formed on the moon about 4 billion years ago, soon after it was formed. And those are smooth, recent lava flows, recent in this case still being billions of years ago. And so it's a little darker. It reflects about 8% of the sunlight that hits it. It's pretty darn dark. That's almost as dark as coal, which reflects 5%. The bright areas of the moon, like on the left, that bright crater with the rays streaming out of it, reflects about 15%, which is still dark. So the moon is really kind of different shades of darkness, not a very bright object. And tonight, as you saw close up in real time, it even turned darker as Earth's red, or in truth, orange shadow went on top of it. One of the things we talked about with experts tonight was what that shadowing means. We looked in detail at the different parts of the moon and saw how the oranges and yellows gave way to even different subtle shades of color, all caused by sunlight bending by Earth's atmosphere and bending into our shadow. Very cool stuff. When you and I walk down the street, we don't cast red shadows or colored shadows. Our shadows just look dark. but our planet Earth has a red shadow, and that's what we saw when the moon ventured right into that shadow. It's very, very instructive. So the main part of the eclipse is just winding down. The umbral part of the eclipse, we went through first a penumbral stage, a subtle stage. We started this coverage at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And then a little bit after 9 came the umbral or partial eclipse. And then at 11 minutes after 10, again Eastern time, came the beginning of totality, which lasted for an hour and 13 minutes and is just ending now. As I look at the clock, that eclipse is now over. We wound down to 0. So it's just a penumbral eclipse now for the next almost hour as the moon goes from a little bit of subtle uneven lighting to a regular full moon night. We'll see how the stars have changed back into mostly being hidden, how the countryside is now brilliant, all those things that happen on the night of the full moon. We're back to a full moon night. We'll be fully back in about an hour. So though my presence here will be over for the night, we've been live throughout. Everything you see is real time happening while you're seeing it. We'll continue with the live views of the moon. We'll bring you some nice accompanying celestial or ethereal music, so you can still gaze at the moon if you'd like to for a while longer while the subtler penumbral eclipse winds down. But so far as our live narration goes, this will wind it up. So we're so happy you joined us, and please stay here checking for future SLU shows. We'll always announce what's coming up. There's always something, because the universe is never quiet. There's always new events unfolding, and whenever there are, SLU is here to bring them to you no matter where in the world we have to go in order to bring you the best telescopic close-up views, whether it's with a solar telescope or whether we have to go to Borneo or wherever it is, because the universe is right there in front of you on your computer top when you're here with SLU. So do join us, become a member. It's free, and become part of our community that explores the universe. So thank you so much for being with us for this great mega moon, blood moon, harvest moon, total solar eclipse. Whoa, total lunar eclipse. We will have a solar eclipse coming up, and we'll be sending a team for that too. So, stand by for that. All sorts of great events. Until next time, for SLU, I'm Bob Berman. Good night.